Good morning. Uh, Hopefully it sounds normal. I don't know. I actually haven't done enough testing. Um, I hate Windows. I hate Microsoft so much. So I was switching between the two operating systems again last night, trying to do something. I don't remember what. I was trying to port over one of the last settings that I wanted to change. And Windows decided that it was just gonna, update. Does Windows update? And I didn't know that it could do this because I didn't ask it to, but apparently it doesn't just update to the newest version of Windows 10, it just decides out of the box, like, you want Windows 11, right? Oh, you don't? Well, too bad, because this is a Windows 11 install now. We've decided. So, like, out of nowhere, just like between one reboot to the next, suddenly I have two versions of Windows 11 installed in my dual boot menu, and I'm like, what? No. So then I have to research it, try to like roll back because the issues with EU5 are Windows 11 based, right? So try to roll back, and there's an option to roll back if you don't like the demo or whatever, the trial of Windows 11. So I click on that, but it doesn't actually roll back, and suddenly my dual boot menu is just gone because no. And yeah, so I kind of rage deleted Windows 11, I wiped the whole drive. Just formatted the whole fucking thing and said, fuck this game. And then I reinstalled Windows 10 fresh again. And then I used a policy editor to prevent Windows Update from running. Ever. It's kind of a long night. I was pretty mad. But then, I was just looking, and like, I have not used the policy editor much. This scares me. Like, I don't want it. Pause limit has been reached. Like, I'm worried it's going to do it again, even if I use the policy editor. Like, the next time I reboot the computer, it's going to just, like, do it. It might be because I haven't actually bothered to activate the Windows version. Using a Windows 10 CD key. I need to pull it from my old computer. Very frustrating. Missed yesterday's stream. Well, it was a long session. We got trains working. We have this many trains now. And there's exactly one station that I'm aware of that is actually using them, which is the one that I built over here, and it does work. There are no trains taking copper there. I'm guessing there's not enough copper in the storage at the moment. No, there is. So... oh, there's 4,000 right now, which is what it wants. It wants 6,000, but, talk more, do you know? So, like, will it not send a train until the supply gets down to 2,000? And then it'll send 4,000 more, because it can move 4,000 plates at once. I know it tries to keep each of the ingredients stocked to, like, 1.5 trains worth of cargo, so I think the trigger point will be when it gets down to 2K. In 2K total, between the two. Use firewall on Windows Update. And that might work. Let me see if I can find the instructions that I followed to theoretically prevent it from happening. Alright, so I did this. I went to GP, which is the group policy editor, .msc, and then under computer configuration, administrative templates, Windows components, Windows update, and then Windows update for business. There's a feature or flag or whatever here. Select the target feature update version, and I enabled this. But I think I might have forgotten. Enable it, set product version to Windows 10. I'll have to drop down though. Where can I see the current version of Windows? Like what's actually installed, not what it wants to update me to. System info, maybe? Alright, yeah, I'm on version Windows 10 Pro 22H2. Okay, so then it wants me to set target version for feature updates here to 22H2. Why? My understanding is that what this group policy editor is supposed to do, it's like for like admins on like computers at a like, you know, university or library or whatever. This is supposed to disable Windows from being able to update because you have like software that requires a specific version or whatever in your business and you want it to stay on that certain thing. So select the target feature update version is supposed to prevent it from moving past this update. Even if it detects a newer one, in theory, but it's Microsoft, so, you know, oops. Like the fact that it still says Windows 11 25H2 and wants me to download and install there freaks me out a little bit. I don't want it to do it, but what can you do? Do you still have cats? Just the one. There's no concrete way to disable updates except for air gapping. I don't know what that term means, air gapping. I feel like I remember there being a, like a checkbox that you could just turn off Windows Update, like, outright. Like, just don't ever check for updates. Ever. On Windows 10. I'm confused by why I can't seem to find that. This wasn't here before. Some settings are managed by your organization, so that, I think, is a good indicator. Bum bum. Well, it's registering that there's a group policy thing, so that makes me feel a little bit better. Windows Update Blocker, wub. Okay. Well, I'll look into that. Yeah, I've heard some of there's two other solutions that came to mind. One is to go into the BIOS and there's like two different settings that I've heard about that you can manually disable, and then that will prevent Windows from trying to update to 11 because it doesn't expect that your computer can handle it. But doesn't that mean you're also probably reducing like the functionality of your computer if you're disabling something? Like, what is TPM? I don't know what that is. There's apparently a D word that you can change in the registry also. There's a program called In Control. What I'm really confused about is how I tried rolling back. There was a button to go back to Windows 10. But when I did that, then every time I rebooted the computer, there was no option for Windows 10. It still claimed both installs for Windows 11. The only positive that came out of all of this is that because I still have the 2 drives set up, because I was doing dual boot, it wasn't super annoying to copy all my settings over, and I had just done it like a week ago. So like importing all the Factorio settings, the E4 settings, the E5 settings, all my exported profile stuff for OBS, the scenes, this, you know, all that stuff was like all there, all done. I already had a folder with all the programs I needed to reinstall, etc., etc. So like, it was annoying, but it could have been way worse. Doesn't mean I'm happy about it though. Can anyone hear? I mean, there shouldn't be. The hardware, the external hardware hasn't changed at all. And the internal settings are all cloned from what I just was using, but does the sound the same as it did yesterday as far as like audio balance for the game right now and my voice? Like, I'm always nervous that it's gonna be wrong whenever system stuff gets changed. Sounds about the same? Okay. I'm gonna raise the limit on the small parts here. If I remember correctly, small parts have a stack size of 200, so this is only enough for, let's see, there's 40 slots. Oh, God, see, I don't have a calculator. Alright, so 40 slots times 200 is 8,000, and I'm not sure why I set this as 6K. Is that the right number? 6K times 2 warehouses would be 12K? But a single train can pick up 8,000, right? Mm. I want it to be able to go up to like 3 full trains. Let's just say 40 times 200 times 3 divided by 2 warehouses and do that. And that should allow copper supply to go down a little bit and then get the trains moving again just to make sure that nothing's changed since yesterday. I don't trust them. To do this, could it be purged? True. Yeah, we could do that. Oh, right. I need to actually do this antimony thing. I want to do it in the planning menu, though. First things first, though. Am I going to be productive today, or am I going to be unproductive today? Parcel is being dropped. But why? Probably just AFK. Is that a setting I can remove? I don't feel like there's a reason to kick people out just due to inactivity. Especially if they've got, you know, it'll take longer and longer for people to reconnect, so probably one of the settings when you host, would be my guess. We're down to a single page here, so... Well, the next time I rehost, remind me to tweak that, then. Let's see, so no one had actually done the Tier 1 science build was our issue as well. Also, my test world's getting a bit too big. Too much crap in here, I should delete some of it. Perhaps I should just start doing a science build. Well, if we were to do a science build, we would want to request wood, because it's needed for science. We would want to request iron plate. Oh, did you already start it? Or... guess I should, make sure that I'm not duplicating someone's work before I actually commit to it. I should maybe also write it all down first, because I can't easily access science while I'm in here. Let's see. Constant combinator. Just put them all in here. That way I can actually edit it as I go. I know I need that. I know I need wood. I know we need brick. Wonder if it makes sense to make the bricks local, or if it makes sense to just bring in stone. If the goal is to make Science Pack 1, we're gonna need native flora. That apparently tastes like cinnamon. We're gonna need to import the small parts from the other build that I just did. I think it's this one. Definitely not this one. These claim to have a rocket capacity of 155. Let me just go double check that these also say that. Yeah, it's the right one. Right. Okay, and then to make planter boxes, we're going to want... ash, which was something Personal was looking into. This is where we kind of like didn't quite get all the way there. I'm not sure that we want to do an ash train. The ash required per second was really, really high, if I recall. Actually, Personal, isn't your world... weren't you doing some of this already? Or am I thinking of Princess? This whole thing was to make brick, not to make science, right? But you had a soil build in here too. Do we finish the research for waterfill? Looks like we might have. Waterfill has an ingredient of water. You're saying if I just hook up to water, I can make waterfill? And then have infinitely sourced water anywhere? I need to experiment with this. Is Pyanodons also on other planets? Pyanodons is a pre-space age mod pack, which means that there are no other planets. There's just Novus. But there are apparently plans for the the Pyanodon devs to make a 2.0 version. Also, I didn't know this until earlier today, when I was talking to Talkmore, but apparently Pyanodons is made by one of the developers that works for Woob, which kind of explains why it's such a good mod. I just assumed that it was a big fan of the game, that, you know, just like Bobs or Angels, who, you know, there are real people that exist. One's named Bob, one is named Angel. Goes by Archangel 666, and the other guy just goes by Bob. But, yeah, or it could have been that too. Yeah, it could have been that he was so good at modding that they hired him. But I have what I think is quite exciting, potentially, news. I reached out to Clonan last night to see if there was any chance he might want to join one day and maybe do like an interview like style thing where we could ask him some questions about Factorio and the development and like maybe figure out what Woob is working on in secret right now. Unfortunately, Clonan is unable to schedule that right now, but he suggested that I reach out to someone else whose name is Rygard, and that's when Talkmore and I realized, oh, wait, Rygard works for Woob, and he's the guy that makes Pyanodons. So just like, I don't know if it's serendipity or something, but like, he's like, you should reach out to Rygard. He's from the US, and he's like really bubbly personality, and you know, he's been doing a Pyanodons run recently. And then it's like, oh wait, it's the same person. This is the guy who makes the mod. So there's a decent chance that at some point in the next few days, perhaps, depending on scheduling, that might be able to get him into comms and talk to him a bit. The maker of the mod, one of the programmers for Woob. Be pretty cool, I think. I was going to try to find water. That's what I was going to do. Oh, I want to experiment with landfill. And by landfill, I mean waterfill. Alright, so to place a pump, how much water fill do you need? That is now a 2x6. Or 2x3, I meant. And that does allow one pump. Or actually two. Does that mean that you can just do 2, 3? Like, does it need to Oh, it does need to be at least 2 wide. Alright. Too much trash, huh? Alright, so back to the test world then. So to make soil, I can just use the water as a local thing and make water. Make ash. You make planter box out of empty planter box. Empty. This is where we're going to want this, the brick and the wood and the iron. There's no way to just like create sand out of water, right? Let me go peek at Princess's this thing again. Here he's using water into soil. Soil plus more water can then be reduced. Okay, so water can just become soil. Because. And then mix more water, and that just sort of magically creates sand out of nowhere. Sand and muddy sludge. Sand can be turned into no. Cannot be turned into. Sand can be made directly into brick if you mix it with rich clay. Not coming out of nowhere, it's coming out of the ground. Right, but you know what I mean, like it's like with no inputs, right? You just infinite water out of a pump, out of a floor on the ground. Okay, so brick could be made if I did what he's done here. So it's like a 3-step process. The rich clay itself, though, would require ash, but we already need ash as an ingredient for the science, so but technically, if you really wanted to, couldn't you just put, like, soil into a burner and make it a little bit of ash? Now I need to experiment with, like, how much ash you get per burner. If it's guaranteed or not. If I just make a burner... 'Fuel it with wood, because I already have wood as a fuel source. Although, filling it with anything else is also fine, because then it would create more ash. But in theory, if I were to just have somehow, you know, an infinite supply of soil, and you burn soil into ash. .33 soil per second equals 0.66 ash per second. I think I need to go back to the factory planner, if I can remember how to do this again, because I'm gonna have to get some ratios here. Pick an item for a new factory. So if I want to make science pack 1s, we're doing one item per, say, per minute, and then I guess change it back to like 60. 60 items a minute. To make one science pack per second requires... Am I reading it correctly? It only needs 1.5 ash per second? Which means that I should be able to get by with just like... I make 10 soil a second and burn it all. I can get about a little bit under 2 ash per second. How much does it cost to get that much soil per second? Just 5 soil extractors running non-stop to make 10 soil per second. Burn the soil, since it's basically just like a free burnable entity. And by free, I mean whatever, it just sort of shows up. And I can pump water out of the ground directly, so it makes sense to me. Make soil extractors. Doesn't need that. Looks like it'll go directly onto a belt. So this can just go like this. That's 10 soil per second on half of the belt though, so the sidedness is going to be a problem. Probably better, instead of trying to like ratio it, I'll do it per belt. Just do this and then mirrored. Also, I should keep on using basic electric poles, because medium electric poles cost resources. Actually, another way to do it, now that I think about it, is don't even put it onto a belt. Why put it onto a belt? What's the point? The point is to just make ash. They can just go feed directly into a burner. That makes 4 soil per second. This wants 3.33, and then it just makes ash. We need wood as a fuel source, so... And then we'll do, I guess, shoots. No, there's no reason it's like 0.66 a second. But I don't want to worry about belt-sidedness. I'll do it like this. It'll end up on both sides. Or do they both? I think they both deposit on the top lane when you do it like this. Is that soil on the floor there? Yeah. How did those get there? Apparently that puts them on the bottom. Yeah, this can get you 200 ash a second. Thanks. Well, this is just I'm trying to math out the feasibility of this to see, like, what would it cost to create ash out of nothing, basically, in terms of like energy cost. And it looks like this is a stable way to produce 0.66 a second. To scale it up, if you wanted 200, it would be 200 divided by 0.66. You would need 303 burners. So 303 times 413 kilowatts twice. The burner itself is consuming wood, but that doesn't cost anything from the power grid. So we'd be looking at about 0.82 megawatts per double soil extractor combo. So it'd be about 248 megawatts of continuous power drain to create 200 ash per second. That's a lot, but if we don't do it, then how do we get 200 ash a second, right? Like, maybe that's just the price of creating a lot of ash. Why do you need 200 ash per second? You're looking at ash per second for the same reason I am, right? For science? How big is... Oh, for the rich clay to make bricks. Yeah, I think you're still scaling, maybe trying to make too many bricks. I need to make some bricks, or I'll import your bricks if your brick works. Your brick build works. But for me, if I wanted... Let's just say I wanted to make this a relatively big build, and I wanted 10 science per second. 10 science pack ones. This is only 1 item a second at the moment, so let's change that to 600 per minute, so 10 per second. Ba-bum. Altogether, I would need 59.06 ash per second just for the actual science itself as part of the recipe to make the planter boxes. So it's not as big as your brick build, but 59.06 divided by 0.66 per burner is, I would need 89. 89 times 0.8, about 71 megawatts. It's a sizable amount of science. Yeah, could burn coal as a fuel to increase ash as well. A good point. Like, using wood... Wood has a fuel value of 2 megajoules. If instead we did raw coal from just a coal deposit, that has higher total fuel value, but guarantees 1 ash output. Like, it's a guaranteed ash every time it gets consumed. How do you do the math on fuel consumption? If it's got 3 megajoules of max energy, is it just 3 divided by, like, 0.18? 3 megajoules divided by 0.180 kilowatts equals... Does that mean, like, every 16 seconds it consumes 1 coal? And therefore I could math out that I'm getting 1 ash every 16.66 second equals an extra 0.06 ash per second on top of the 0.66 that it makes. It's not a huge increase. What's the worst fuel? Maybe it'd be better to actually look at fuel value. Biomass does not create ash, I'm pretty sure. Carbon black. I mean, how come, where's the thing? Why is there no, like, I don't even, is this? That explains it. Okay, so biomass wouldn't work. Kerrigan, that creates ash. It only has 2 megajoules of fuel value. Syngas will create ash as well. Right, let's actually just go recipe book. Ash. Used it. Okay. Coal gas can be... Yeah, I don't think that's efficient, though. Like, burning... Like, just turning 50 coal gas into 1 ash for the sake of doing it doesn't seem like it's great. Like, out of curiosity... That makes 1 per second. This makes almost, 2/3 of that, but costs less megajoules of energy to run. Right? This costs 2 megawatts to run continuously and 50 syngas a second. This consumes 0.8 megawatts and water, which is infinite and costs nothing. Like no deliveries for trains, no. Yeah, I don't think that that's a very good recipe to make ash with. What else? Wait, I'm in the Factoriopedia for some reason. I don't think that all my settings ported over. Also, fucking clouds are back on again. Oh, Factoriopedia is not set. Then why did it open Factoriopedia there? Strange. It looks to me like the two best ways to make ash on purpose are, one, use the lowest fuel value entity that creates ash as a byproduct, which is Kerrigan from stone. You mine stone, it creates Kerrigan, burn Kerrigan. It's only 2 megajoules, gets 1 guaranteed ash. You use that as a fuel source for the machines if you're trying to make ash. That's only going to be 2 megajoules divided by like 180 kilowatts of consumption. Assuming that that is how you do the math. I still don't know for sure, but I think that's how you do it. So 2 divided by 0.18, 0, once every 11.1 seconds, so 1 ash every 0.09 ash per second per entity consuming fuel. So, like, in Princess, like in your brick build, these, they only consume 75 kilowatts to run. But all of these that are making stuff, if you ran these on Kerrigan, that would at least produce some ash. And then if we ran, like, burners on it, that's more ash. But I think that's, like, the most effective direct source of ash is burning Kerrigan. The second best probably is this. Just throw down some water fill anywhere in the world. Then do a offshore pump, which makes 1,200 water per second. That means each pump can support 12 of these machines. I am wasting some of the potential production by direct feeding, so maybe this is a bad idea to direct feed. I'm gonna redesign this so that it utilizes all of the production cap. What fuels burn into ash? If you click up here, Pyanodon Codex, there's a burnt result thing you can use to sort. And then you can scroll down to where it shows what makes ash. It looks like raw coal, Kerrigan, gunpowder, crushed coal, coke, coarse coal, coal dust, coal briquette, and coal. And so my logic is whichever one has the lowest megajoules is going to burn the fastest, and therefore result in the largest amount of ash per second. So raw coal is acceptable, but Kerrigan would be the ideal fuel if you're trying to make ash. And raw coal matches coal dust. Right, Dorgatus, that's weird. So we're running into an issue where, and I think this is actually intended, the way that the game, like the mod was made. Ash is a huge problem in the beginning of the game, right? It clogs everything up and you gotta like figure out how to deal with it. But then what's happening is because science does this interesting thing where it's not just scaled like in Vanilla Factorio, as you add new science packs, it goes, 100 red science packs, and then it'll do like 200 science packs. And then when you get green science packs, it's like, okay, well now I want you to make 100 red science packs and 100 green science packs. And then eventually you end up with like 6 different science packs, but when you choose a research, it's usually still like 100 red, 100 green, 100 blue, 100 whatever. This one scales it different. So in the beginning, when we only had the very first science pack, it was just 1 automation science pack per research. And then when we added this one, it went to 2. So it was 2 of this and 1 of this. And now it's 3 of this and 2 of this and 1 of this. And as we go deeper and deeper down the tech tree, it's going to end up continuing to scale the needs of the first type of science pack. So all of a sudden, we need the ash, because the ash is a component in making automation science packs. In order to make an automation science pack 1, you need to make a planter box. To make a planter box, you need 3 ash. So it's an interesting like reversal that's happening where we want more ash. And it might actually make sense to go back to burning coal instead of it in some builds. That makes sense? There's probably no Kerrigan right now. But Kerrigan, I think, actually was breaking one of the mining outposts down here at one point, because we just didn't have a use for it, and I think we found the use for it. I don't remember where it was. Right here. Actually, it looks like the Kerrigan got completely consumed. And it's the stone itself that's not being used. Well, if there's no Kerrigan in this deposit, then I bet we are going to want to just use raw coal as the next best option. Alright, I'm gonna refactor this build and utilize every bit of the stuff. .5 out of 8 is better than the ratio I was looking at a second ago, but alright, for rate calculating, I want it to say 30. Close to 30 as I can get it. Like that big-ish. It does not need a chute for items per second, but it sure does look prettier using double chutes. But for performance, I think that I should still just use a mechanical inserter. The only main drawback to using the inserter is what side of the belt it ends up on being annoying. Maybe that's a good enough reason to just use chutes. No, that's lazy. I should figure it out. Oh, here's a way I could do it. Just have one on near, one on far, and then have it go up instead of going to the right. That process is 6.66 of it. 2.33 times 2 machines per times 5 of them would cover the whole belt. A little bit of extra. Bum-bum. Is it feasible to just make enough biomass to bake into raw coal? You can bake biomass into coal? That's news to me. Bum, bum, bum. Biomass. 50 biomass makes 4 raw coal. I mean, you'd have to move a tremendous amount of biomass. If you already had the biomass there, there's maybe something to that, but... Okay, so altogether, this is creating how much ash per second at this point? About half of one belt. But I can just double Also, can one offshore pump support all this? 1200 water per second. This wants how much total water? 1600. Okay, so it's not hard to make offshore pumps. I think what I'll do is just plan the build to just directly inject it. Weird. Stop right here. God damn it. Phone. Stop doing that. Don't text 3 times in a row for 4 seconds. Drives me so crazy. Ugh. Okay, so coal. I'm not sure what's going on with some of this stuff here. It doesn't look right. That's 15 coal a second. Sorry, 15 ash a second. All that just makes 15. One belt of ash. Not quite a full belt, but I'm not sure if rate calculator understands that I'm using... Well, maybe it does. 0.363 per second times 40 machines. Well, it's as close to a full belt as I can actually get, right? So, what did I end up saying I needed for my 10 automation science packs per second plan? It was going to need 59 ash per second, so I'd have to do this build 4 times. And the energy cost to run it non-stop is going to be 13 megawatts, so about 70 megawatts to do 10 science packs a second. Not awful. Are burners better than steam boilers? Well, okay, I think I understand why we will look at that, but the advantage to this setup is that it does not care about power usage. Regardless of whether we're using the power or not, this will create ash guaranteed, because I'm just burning soil. Why is this... Oh, right, because there's no output for the ash to go to. The boilers might produce more ash per second and be, like, obviously, like, more useful than just burning soil for no reason at all. But if we're not utilizing the power, or if there's any kind of prioritization on which power gets used first, whether it's like the coal plant, or the geothermals, or the wind farms, the tidal power, the flying little thing that's just floating around our base, making power somehow, the augs, the beasts that will walk in a circle until they get tired. There's so many different other sources of power we have right now that I'd be worried about making a setup that uses boilers to create ash, just because it might not always make ash. True, we could isolate the, isolate the power network. Oh yeah, let me just do a little bit more math. Like, what if I tried to make this whole thing a self-contained power system and just isolated it from the entire grid? So we said we need, like, some 13.2 megawatts to run this. Which means how many steam engines? Pretty sure that Pyanodons changes the formula from 1 into 2 to 2 into 1, right? I think we've talked about that before. So if I were to do the same thing, we're burning like the weakest fuel source that we have. And we just use probably chutes. Just shoot that crap right in there. Max consumption 3.7 megawatts a second. So outputs up to 7.5 per second of steam. This one's up to 15 per second and generates 7.6 megawatts. So I would need to do this 3 times. If I were to show enough space. Push this all back by 1 tile. So I can put a pipe here and connect them all across. I have extra water. Maybe line this up with the we can attempt to disconnect the thing there, and we're at that much power. Why does this only make 11? I also need to get the ash out, which would probably just be loaders on chutes, honestly. Well, rate calculator says this whole grid here only wants horsepower. My setting might have got changed. Settings, mod settings per player, rate calculator. No power consumption, yeah. Hold on, why is it not showing me then? $13.2 megawatts. This thing's supposed to be able to make 7.6, and I've got 3 of them. 7.6 times 3. Shouldn't I be able to produce 22.8? I do not understand. All of this is mute with flue gas to ash. Is that a recipe we have yet, though? Because if it's not, then kind of irrelevant, right? I wonder if I can arrange this a little bit better. Wait, can I do... What? It's taking the raw coal out, too? That's weird. Yeah, but it's supposed to only take out of the output slot, not the input slot. Like, if I have a machine... That's a bad example, but like... That take... Yeah, like here it's not taking the raw coal out of the input. Why is it taking raw coal out of the boiler? Oh. Well, I'd rather not have to use loaders. Alright, we're back. I don't know what happened there. I think that's either... I think that seems like it's switch related to me. Alright, well this should probably be filtered with inserters then. I think I can do... something like this. Alright, now from a... I need to just visually double check this. I'm gonna delete the whole thing and then let it run, and I just want to see if it's gonna overflow a loader, overflow a single belt, or if it's gonna do both. I find math involving megawatts, megajoules, and all that to be a little tricky. But if I am not doing the math wrong, then I would estimate 13... 15 raw coal per second times 3 megajoules per coal is 45 megajoules of energy per second on the belt. Can rate calculator just give me the answer? Like, yes. Okay, so this is claiming it's only going to need 12.34 raw coal per second. And it's going to make the same amount in ash. So it's about 1 yellow belt, in theory. If I had a consumer... There shouldn't be any ash on this belt. And yet there is, consistently. But why though? R, near, R, near, balanced. Unless... I mean, if this belt weren't here, it would still work, right? It's basically, it's fine. It's one. It works. Alright, so then I could send the ash from the power up with the other ash. All of this combines down to a total of a little bit under 2 belt now. Ash per second. Just chuck in a 6-to-2 balancer or something for some reason. For pretty. So, yeah, I mean, self-providing the power does seem like a great way to do it. It does require a lot of coal per second to come in, though, altogether. This right here is showing a total, according to rate calculator, 25 ash per second. So I would need about 3 of these. Steam won't work at 100%. Yeah, the math could be off if it's not understanding that the power is not max. And this is part of my concern with relying on boilers to create ash. Alright, well, back to the actual build. To actually get my target of 10 science per second out of this build, if I can fit it all in one grid, that's what I'm hoping to do. Altogether, I would need 50 burner assembly Mark 1s. If we swap to better machine, we can reduce the size of the footprint. Being dropped. Is my internet like crapping out today? I am crapping out. My internet's struggling again. Okay, that's going to be enough. I need how many belts? That's a lot. Yeah, that's a lot of belts. I would need 6.6 full belt of native flora. Jesus. That's a lot of train requirement, too. Probably gonna have to just find a big deposit of flora and use that to determine where to build the science pack maker, because you can't reliably get 6-point-something belts of flora. What if I scaled the build back to try to specifically work with, like, a single belt? .33, 1.33, yeah. Should scale it back by... that, and then that way it's a belt of parts, 3 belts of ash, 5 belts of soil, still 5 belts of flora. Well, originally I was shooting for a build that would be a 10 science pack per second, 10 automation science pack per second build, but it looks like this is going to be a bit too much. Okay, so call it 20 and 16, probably just to make it easier. So 4 and 4, that means that I can support Should be one set. That's one belt worth. And this whole thing's going to want a total of 5. No, I don't like it. I don't want that. Them to... First belt supports the first two. Second belt supports these two. Over there. Okay, and then small parts altogether is one total transport belt, so that one probably wants to be like down here somewhere, and then it's only 0.8, which is very close to 0.77, probably good enough to just do this. Double check that that's the right number. 20 total machines, making... Yeah, I'm a little bit higher than what I need, so that's why I'm not worried about the rounding on the inserters. That's the small parts, plus the flora. And then I just need the planter boxes, which we're going to make local. Which is these two recipes. Okay, so first we're going to make empty planter boxes. So it's about 1 to 2. Okay, so we'll do same basic concept here. You're going to go under. This is how you're going to get your fuel. We'll need an ash output for these, though. Fortunately, these want ash, so if I put them directly below and just put one inserter each with a filter for ash, that'll take care of the ash on these machines, but not these ones. Yeah, am I still... I need 3 full belts of ash, and this build right now currently has 2. That's not factoring in the ash that's going to be made from the burners. All these, like this will make some ash. Hopefully it'll work out. No, it's only making 1 ash a second. But also I haven't powered. No, these don't take power. Maybe this is a situation where I could actually benefit from using the automated factory entity. Simply to increase the power consumption for the build. This thing takes 2 megawatts to run. It doesn't create ash itself, but it creates continuous drain to keep the steam engines active as a guarantee. And right now I'm only at like... Well, I should figure out if I need... Does it need to be running full steam to actually create 2-belt, or is it creating 2-belt based on the current power consumption? I don't know if Rate Calculator is smart enough to understand what the actual power usage is. Plus these are not cheap to craft. But I think they're automated somewhere now. Seems kind of silly to spend a bunch of resources just to make an automated factory just because I want to waste power. But maybe? Problem is that these are so damn big that I can't fit it already. I wanted to line them up with that. I don't know if this is a good idea. Vent extra steam? There's no extra steam. Or is there? I guess there... Yeah, I guess there is, isn't there? I mean, the steams aren't connected to each other yet, but perhaps I could find a way to do that. Does this, does steam pass through steam engines like a steam engine is a pipe? Or is this like... No, you can chain these, right? Like, that's a normal vanilla thing. So this should work. It's not showing the pipes like they're connected, but I think it connects. You see how it's only like highlighting here and not connecting and showing anything over there? Actually, no, it is. Never mind. It is showing it. Okay. So I just add that. I forget what it's called. It's called a vent? No, it's like a... Crap. Valve? Oh, that's it. Yeah, exhaust. Exhaust pipe. So by doing it this way, like, I don't even probably need this pump, right? It would just... should just work. But that doesn't force the steam engines to create more steam. Hold on. Let me reset this, because there's too much ash inside the current boilers. I think that's why the power production is actually lower. But the steam engines have first access to the steam. So this should be okay. Welcome back, Erkovic. I think it's better to not use these then. And that actually means I don't have to go down here because I can get underneath this thing. She needs even more iron per second though now because it's double crafting speed. Trying to make it so it'll line up here, and I'm not sure if I have enough space. Probably gonna have to run the wood through here then. Yeah, that works. Except that, I don't actually need this many planter boxes, do I? The ratio wasn't... No, it's pretty close. 15 to 18, whatever. I'll just take extras. Probably. Okay, yeah, fuel. You're getting wood, which counts as a fuel, but I'm getting a little bit less ash that way. I don't think I can reserve a fuel type there. I can't really prevent it. We'll just ignore that one. But this one, we're looking at... I'm building too tight. This is going to be difficult to get the soil to do the thing again. These end up with ash from burning the raw coal, and then it's difficult to get rid of. Actually, it's probably better to not run these ones on raw coal then. Instead, run these on wood. So that I don't even have to deal with the ash output on either of these two rows. Just the ash on these. That makes sense to me. Right. This was actually already... I already did this. There was already a fuel line. Whoops. But, actually... okay, and then we're gonna have our ash belts, which these should theoretically be both full. Hmm. Okay, so how many... Problem is that the ash is going to get consumed. Ugh, I still don't even have the frickin' soil input yet. I swear to God, I'm gonna throw my phone through the window. My mom and my sister have decided to put me into a group chat, and they're just talking to each other and making my phone blow up. They should know better. Madge. The last steam engine is not on the exhaust. Oh, true. Good eye. How do I get... So this is taken care of aside from the planter boxes themselves. Shoot. I guess I'll have to use yellow inserters, because... I'm gonna leave this text group. These aren't fast enough either. With blue assembly machines, there's a lot of problems with, What if I... shift this whole thing down by 1, 2. And set filters, but there won't be any ash, so I can just use a chute. Wait. Ah, shit. Oh, man. I am dumb. I forgot these are 1 to 2 ratio. I only need 1. I don't need 2. It's not 1 to 1 ratio. This one's supposed to support both. Next tech, we can turn ash. Oh, we're working on filtration. Nice. We can turn fiber directly into ash. How much ash? Blue gas becomes ash. Five fiber becomes 15 ash. Oh, that's really convenient. Are you saying I've wasted the last 2 hours of my life coming up with a plan to make ash, and now we're just going to input fiber and make ash? Yes? Great. Cool. Nice. Well, at least the top half of this isn't useless, right? Like... I mean, it's not done, but... Side of a train? What? Okay, so wood goes in. Wood is used as a fuel for this row still. Wood is used as a resource. I need bricks. Which I think I can import, because I'm sure Princess Maker or Princess Luna or... I'm sorry, whatever your name is, I'm sure you've actually completed at least one build, right? Totally, right? And bricks are part of the train grid, and I don't have to do it myself, right? Right. Actually, this is the bottom, so maybe it'd be easier to just feed the bricks in like this. Probably. Damn. Awkward. Very annoying. Okay, you are wanting 4 bricks, which is what you actually need, because you need to make the actual product per second required. So that means I can support roughly 4 machines off 1 brick belt, which means... but... I need 4 yellow belt of brick. Are you shitting me? Are you kidding? Okay, I got ahead of myself then. I didn't realize it was gonna be that much freaking brick. Luna, better get started. I kind of liked how it looked up here, actually. A little bit better. I'm going to shift this whole thing up a little bit again. Cut all of this. Horizontal flip this one, and then... brick there. Doesn't actually need 5 belt, but I mean, it's fine. Okay, you still want iron plate. We can mirror this part. And this part. But not really. I'm gonna have to go here. Okay. That many machines, it's gonna be maybe okay to just have the 1 belt of iron. I'm not sure. Probably fine. And then the planter boxes come out. And now I just have to somehow figure out how to get all of the ash in there. And soil. And I need a belt of soil for every 3 machines. Ugh. Alright, I'm gonna have to once again lift this whole thing up like here. So that I can then up through here, make space between the machines a bit. This is supposed to be wood, right? No. Altogether, it is 5 belts of soil. Which I'm probably gonna have to make locally, because importing 5 belts of soil is gonna be as difficult as importing 5 belts of this. think I'm gonna just split a belt across 4 machines, just like I've been doing for all the other stuff. I can't really make it, like, one belt into only 3. That's gonna look weird and be dumb. I don't want to. Stuff keeps on going on with my internet. I don't know why. Sorry. Did I already solve this once? No, I did. The only time I'm using multiple lanes and I've got to like do other stuff now. It's not. Do it again. Okay, second soil goes into that one. Then goes into these 2 machines. Under again. Yep. I don't need this. More of these. We just need to this forward. Error. Error, error. Does not go there. You go here. There's a small chance I did that right. I don't know. I think it looks right. Okay, and then lastly, I needed the 3 total belts of ash, of which I currently only have 2 that are locally made. But I could just scale this a bit, maybe. Or import ash, or import fiber to burn. Something like that. Now, the real trick is how to feed the ash in. I'm gonna have to make it bigger again. Pull this all down. I don't know how to make that water go away. Is there a way that I can, like, restore the floor? Or is that permanent now? I can put down landfill, but that doesn't make it look right, you know? Alright, I think I gotta shift this whole thing down for now. Probably somewhere like down there. And these inserters are supposed to be part of these, though. This is all because I need 3 belts of ash. Which I'll probably just do a 3 to 5 converter. I think trying to make ash and then pulling it out of these is going to be too annoying. Better to just run all of the machines on wood so I don't have to deal with that. Especially if we have this filtration research done before the science build gets made. Although I don't know how we're going to get it done if we're not doing any research. I don't have the science build done yet. So change this to wood. Then there's no ash to deal with. And then I can just do basically this whole thing. Vertical mirror, like right here. Just need to move this. He's wanted ash too. I'm totally feeding the wrong machines. That's why. I think that you guys are having trouble staying connected because I'm doing all this stuff in the test world. I don't know what else. The internet looks about the same as normal, but I think it's because I installed drivers and stuff and didn't reboot. I don't know. Something's feeling with a little different. I think it makes more sense to maybe not turn fiber into ash and just, I mean, this build is big, but it's, the power's being made just from like a raw coal belt, so does it matter that it takes a bunch of power? This is 2 belts of ash without consuming fiber, without, you know? I think this could be a useful thing to put down, like, I need 5 belts of ash, well, I don't need 5, I only need 3, but I just put this down again. Then I've got my ash requirement. I've got 3 ash belt, you know? The final actual product, this is making less than a yellow belt. Let me go here so that I can balance the lanes. Crap, that's overriding the near hand setting, I think. You are far, you are near. Near. Oh, it didn't override it. Good. Okay, so that's that, and that creates science in theory. Oh, is that why your stuff is specifically not powered? I thought that the trains were still getting dispatched anyway. There's that issue where the train station's like, the second that a train station exists, Cybersyn thinks it's the thing. But I guess they shouldn't dispatch there if there's no resources in the chest. No, they could try to get dispatched to a requester chest. I need 5 brick belts. I think, wasn't it? No, it's just 4. I've just got 5 here because it's easier to do whatever, but yeah. I'll just do like a 4 to 5 balancer. I should put that in now so that I don't forget that it's not actually 5. Now how do I get... Three to 5 balancer for Ash. How do I get that last 1 Ash per second? Or that last 1 Ash belt? Maybe it's just easier if I just double this whole thing. End up with 4 Ash a second. I don't want to try to figure out how to make this work with half a build, you know? Actually, hold on. Am I significantly overthinking this? I think I might be. Just... Hmm. Surely I can find a way to fit one more. And that will just give me the ash that I need, right? Like right there? Three, four, five, six. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then all that ash, the 6 belts into 3. And of course I'll need to expand how long this whole thing is because it needs more power. Does it need more power, or all my boilers just full? I still haven't figured out how I'm going to get my 5 belts of soil either. Import wood, import iron. The ash belts are... I'm going to take these 6 and do, like, I guess a 6 to 5 balancer. Actually, I should run it this way and then over that way. Wouldn't I? Yeah, that'd be easier. Here, grab this. To here. Horizontal flip. Put it here instead. And then run the ash to the right. Okay, 6 to 5. Let's do something silly, like delete the whole thing so that I can reset the production and just kind of see how it runs for a bit. Oop. Undo. Restart. So to make 5 belt of soil, that's the actual amount that I need, right? 5 full belts of soil. That I'm not burning. Well, in theory, this makes 2 belts. So, just copy this again, but don't include the burner part. It would actually be kind of convenient if I could reverse the ones that are already placed. Just based on trying to get it to over here. Either that, or I could... Can I go under this whole thing? Wait. Touches the edge. Is that gonna break everything? I hope not. It's just a suggestion? It is, yeah. But it's also to make it easier to eyeball where to clone these things. So I think it's fine to build right on it, but in general we should try to avoid it. He says as he does it immediately again. Okay, and then just gonna grab the electrical poles. Cannot build on lab tile 1? What? Oh, it wants water. Got it. Weird how it didn't include the water in the, Just want to grab these. Mirror it. Instead of being here, I think I need it to be here. Mm-mm. Dang it. It was working, and now I broke it all, you know, like, I'm gonna reverse it. Turn the ash from the boilers away from this so that it doesn't confuse me. And then... Alright, one more time to figure out how the hell to flip this. All at once this time, maybe? Where? Okay. It's okay. I'm just a bit tarded. I don't know what to tell you. Am I allowed to say that even about myself? Maybe not. Oops. I take offense to myself. Okay, well, not enough actual power production, but should be able to grab this all the way to here and mirror it. And then I just need to get coal, which I think we continue to carry this one across. Except then, no, that doesn't work very well. Just do it like this, I guess. And I end up with one more ash belt, which... there's something wrong with my coal. Missing belt right here. That's kind of messy, but what can you do? In the end, I have a self-powered system that burns a whole bunch of soil. It also creates a ton of soil. I import parts from the other build. Somehow managed to find 5 belts worth of flora. Import wood. Import coal. Oh. Oh, and then import 4 belt of brick. Princess, I probably need to build near your thing, and then we just belt the brick across. I think it's silly to try to transport, or, I mean, how on earth are we going to transport 60 brick a second through trains? Yeah, I don't think you should worry about fiber into ash, even though it's a recipe we have. This right here, this part, just... This is the solution to ash on demand, right here. This piece. Just feed raw coal and water. And the water comes from the pumps that are already here. Because you literally just feed it coal. Just coal in, coal in. That creates plenty of ash. Well, no, that doesn't. You need to include the middle part, my bad. I don't like how you can't get rid of the water tiles. That's strange. I wonder if I can, like, delete my personal layer. Oh, you can just straight up reset it. That'll probably fix it. I'm gonna try doing this. Now it's not letting me place the water tiles. Curious. I don't know why. Because it's different. That's why. That cleaned up some of the spots a little bit. Wait. Did I need that many? Probably not, but they're like cheap, so like whatever. Just put one on every. So if I can find a large enough supply of flora, I think this is maybe ready to be built. How's your brick thing looking, Princess? You think you can at least produce some, or provide some brick to get this thing running? I need a constant combinator. I can plan the actual station. The things that I do need to import are iron plate, brick, raw coal, possibly, or just belt it in because I'll need a fair bit, but probably just use train. What else? Wood. Small parts. I think that's it. So let's find some flora. I need to use the bathroom real quick though. A second. $88 million flora. Our original flora patch still exists? Question mark. 35,000 left. But it looks like it's untapped now. $163 million there? Jeez. Or is already on trains? Right, but I want to build a grid that's like really close to flora because I need 5 yellow belt of flora. I don't think that we have the capacity to unload 5 belt of flora into a depot. Like, we just can't. It's, especially with our current level of inserter tech. Like, I cannot get that much. I don't even think I can get the brick that I need. That's why I'm thinking I also need to build nearby to whatever brick production we end up making. Double red inserters? Right, but I mean okay. Put that into context though. Where's the station that's got them? Assuming that this was an unloading station with this many, it's still 12 red inserters times 2 cargo wagons times 1.2 items a second. But assuming that there were always a train there, always having infinite flora in it, that's not even 2 belts. So I cannot get 5 belt of flora. Just physically can't do it. Because there won't always be a train there. And even if there were, it's still only 2. Now the question is where to build science. We have landfill, so I could just build it here, and then I could tap into the parts directly without necessarily having to force trains to do it. There's flora here that I could probably get some of. These do not look like they're all running. However, they only make 1.2 a second. Like, this whole thing is not even 4 belt. I'll need to probably make... I'm gonna have to manually belt flora from multiple locations to get 5 consistent flora belts eventually, but I don't need 5 belts directly until we have bricks. How much science is 2 belts of flora? The build, I had to scale it back to 7.5 automation science packs or science specs ones, whatever they're called. So if we only did 40% of the flora, then it would be 3 per second. Yeah, I'm thinking Is there anywhere that you have planned or are thinking, Princess, of doing bricks? Because I think that bricks are going to be the same type of problem, right? 4 belts of bricks. If you did do it, the trains can't keep up with that demand either. So I need to be close enough to your brick of building, your brick, to manually belt. You haven't thought that far ahead? Okay, how about I pick a location based on where Flora is then, and if you can, try to build. Are you expecting any kind of like manually mined stuff like stone for the brick build, or are you just making it all with train imports? I'm just gonna build it here, I think. I'm gonna go manually make sure that a couple of those belts didn't get broken. It's kind of hard to believe I just spent 3 hours 11 minutes in the fake world building a thing. But look, that's a pretty darn big, largely utilized brick, wouldn't you say? Apparently I don't have any rail. The resources that I need, it's just a, 3,300 transport belt, 500 underground belt, 260 splitters. A lot of crap. We're officially building science, or I am at least. Finally. Okay, the combinator held the resources that I need. Alright, so I just need to remember these. I think those are the only ones. Let's go ahead and add a alternate row brick input output station here. Not build on deep water. What deep water? No deep water. Iron plate. I will request brick for now, but I do think I'm going to try to manually belt it, like I said. Raw coal, I probably also want to belt. Wood. I do want to double check that this isn't going to manually connect. I don't want to connect it to the power grid. Gotta be careful with the power lines. Looks like it's isolated. What do you think, Sophomore? How do you like it? Does it look okay? Any feedback? I guess I probably should have asked for feedback before starting to build it, but I think it looks pretty okay, or something. Gonna need to get a lot of washers. 96 soil extractors. 30 burners. Hopefully those are both automated. I think washers are. I'm not sure about burners though. The bot sound is the bad one. The one bad thing with this mod. You don't like the bots of the sound of the robots or the sound of the shotgun? The shotgun I think is, I like it. It's fun. I like using it. I wish it fired faster though. Surprised you don't like it. It's a bit loud? Got a washer? No. No. Yes. That is almost the amount that I need. Washers and then burners. Burners? Wait, no, I don't need washers. I need soil extractors. What am I talking about? $100 soil extractors. Hey, Purcell. How's it going? Burner. That's a burner. And I needed 30. I need... burner. Oh, we haven't actually automated the production of burner assembly machines yet. Right? I don't think. Wow. We might want to get on that at some point. That's hilarious. Air core conductors. Do not know how I've missed that one. I don't know. It's insane, right? Like, here, I can grab the air core conductors from here. Air core conductors. Small parts. This is small parts. And iron plate. And then we need some of this wood somehow. That's awkward. How to get the wood out? I guess I can do this. Whatever. As long as it makes them. This also wants small parts, but it also wants steel and a bunch of other crap. But I've got steel here. So, could I somehow steal the steel from down here and bring it over? La spaghetti. Hmm. Okay, just need the duralumin and some simple circuit boards, and I'm done. Duralumin. I don't know if duralumin's down here. It might be. Duralumin. It looks fancy. Is that it? Might be. It's not Vittelroy. Yeah, that kind of looks like the right stuff, maybe. Ish. Now it's just a question of how the hell do I get to it. This'll work. I think I found a spot right here. Maybe? Maybe. Nope. Error. How get? Give. Damn it. Give it. There's not enough space to get it out and bent, you know? I can't get it. Bro, where are you storing that massive drones? I have 47 in my pocket, and I've got 5 personal roboports. I apparently need to go get some more fuel, though. I'll go do that now. Maybe I'll just tap it up here and run it down. I don't really care. I've already done spaghetti. I'll just do more spaghetti. Everyone likes spaghetti. It's delicious. See? Delicious spaghetti. Extra spaghetti. Wait, did we just get... No, we got Kakalk. That means we have the thing? What's it called? Filtration? Already? Alright, my build needs how many of these things? Only 20 burners, but 40 of the burner 2s. Two stacks of that. And while it takes care of building all of these, I'm gonna go collect some fuel for the robots, because they are gonna spend a lot of energy building out the rest of that base. I vaguely remember where to find fuel. It's somewhere up here, I think. Near plastic and... yeah, right here. Full of fuel? Nice. Bum, bum, bum. Make sure that my whole chest got fully loaded up. Extra bonus inventory slots, nice. Maybe I need to make bricks. You want me to take care of it too, don't you? You're just gonna make me do the whole job. Where is the... no, I need to go get the assembly machines. Hopefully it's made 40. Not quite, but close. Not enough circuits. Go grab the circuits at the start of the bus and force feed them into the machine, I guess. Hey, Breadbox, how's it going? For some reason, my voice feels totally fine when I'm speaking now. Like, I'm not sick. I don't feel sick anymore. Unless I swallow, and then it hurts a lot. What's up with that? How's that even work, you know? Don't make no sense. A couple more. Once again asking, don't connect stations to power when you haven't full built them. Yeah, so I was confused by that the last few days. Talk more. I don't know if you were here while I was asking, but I kept asking, like, how come it doesn't auto connect to power? You know, the blueprint needs to be updated. It's not, you know, you gotta remember to connect. No, you did that on purpose. I can see that now. Specifically because of the way that CyberSyn works or something. It wants to know. Do the full build and then connect to power. Or in my case, don't connect to power because it's a self-sufficient brick. Because Ash. A train is stuck. A lot of trains is stuck. Raw coal and stuff important. I want raw coal. I don't want good coal. I need to make ash. But perhaps it's good for certain things. They need deciders. I can't make anything. Give all my stuff away. This is going to take me multiple trips to actually remember to pick up all the stuff I need. I'm sure of it. I'm not the greatest at thinking ahead. planning ahead. The robots are like, I'm helping! They're trying so hard. It is not fast enough. Poor guys. Ran low on power. They also get confused, it seems like, with Blueprint Shotgun. Because they try to take jobs, and then the Blueprint Shotgun just like shoots it before they can get there, and then they have to turn around and they're holding onto an item and they're like confused. But it still seems faster to do both. Ah, someone must have automated water fill. Because it looks like all of it got built even though I didn't go pick it up. That saves me the task of having to go all the way up to this machine that I made. It's got 200 in it. Alright, what else do I need? I need just 10 steam engines. Apparently I still need a ton of splitters, underground belts. I need enough resources to make 12 offshore pumps, I think it is. I need power lines. All these combinators need to get built. Need landfill. Come on, you dummies, get in my belly. Need to make a bunch of chutes. 250 total chutes, wow. That's another item that I'm not sure if we have automated, but it is just... Oh, crap, I should wait for them, otherwise they're freaking chasing me forever. Get in my belly. Tijo might join us at some point, by the way. Talking to him last night. I told him about the mod pack, and he's like... What was the specific word he used, Talk more? Oh, I should just look it up. Funny. He said... That sounds horrific. Which, coming from Stijo, is probably about a 70% chance that he's interested. He likes horror. He's not scared of little work. Ow, my throat. I think I'm good on belt, but I need splitters. Oh, I completely forgot that I was going to increase the production of that one item. Remember at the end of the yesterday session, I was like trying to make more of the thing? And, I instead spent 3 hours on something completely different. Like you do. Oops. I don't know where that light armor came from. Need the resources to make combinators. Okay, what else was it? 12 offshore pumps. Done. And steam engines. I think those are in a box right here, maybe? That's parts. Oh, they were in a box like right there, and then I took it off and put them into a box at the start of the bus, I think. Yeah, right here. Perfect. Oops. I forgot. Already. Was it? Something else? I probably don't have the boilers. I doubt they got built. Oh, they did. Nice. Yeah, I got the pumps. Like I still need... Oh yeah, poles. Electric poles. Tall electric pole. We'll go build some more stuff until I run out of scrap. And then figure out what else is left. Landfill. That was another one that I needed. Get the station actually built. I know I picked up steam engines. How do I not have enough steam engines? What? Don't have enough landfill for that. Need to make another exhaust pipe. It's almost done, surprisingly. Right, this flora line needs to get replaced. Can't let that just not be a thing. Then I also get to tie into it as one of the potential feeds, maybe. Another cybernetic. Wait, talk more. I have a weird question, I guess. You mentioned not to hook up the train stations to power until they were fully built. Like, but if I don't ever hook it up to power because I have self-contained power, will CyberSyn understand the station? Wood, bricks still need to come in, and then I need coal. Okay, will do. I see I need small parts, and I need... wood needs to be up there, too. Grab from here. Small parts. But I also have small parts right here, so I'm gonna make a prioritized source. Lessen the load on the trains. We are not sciencing. I mean, I'm actively in the process of building something that makes 7.5 science pack 1s a second. But it's not done yet. Still need brick input, and need to get the trains to start delivering stuff. I think this is ready to be hooked up, the input side at least. Output side still needs to get built. Need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 more basic assemblers. Need that first delivery of raw coal before this thing can work at all. Four trains just got dispatched the second that I plugged it in. Nice. This one, don't know what they're picking up, but looks like one's picking up iron. One's picking up some small parts. Another one, we either waiting for iron or the wood. Pretty cool. That was sweet. Alright, I need to get brick then, so that it can actually start working. Do we have any brick on a belt anywhere nearby that I can just, like, connect so that we have some until I can get a real input? It's pretty damn far away, but I'm up for the task. Yep, that's basically where I'm gonna tether in. I know it's not gonna provide nearly what we need, but the whole thing's probably only gonna run at about 20% efficiency so far because of the lack of flora. Okay, brick goes there. Remember back when you couldn't just do that? Like, you couldn't just go boop and have it automatically go underground? That feature is such a huge improvement. Especially once you, like, learn how to use it without messing up. Oftentimes it's better to take belt and drag it backwards over certain places. Kind of funny how that train's trying to pick up parts. From there, it's still loading, because it just takes so damn long. Excuse me? You think it's so orderly on the top half and disorderly on the bottom half? I was part of the bottom half, so I think that the spaghetti is delicious and beautiful and perfect, and I object. I object. Can't believe you don't think it's pretty. Alright, need more flora. Let's tap into these. Watch out for trains, because they're apparently a thing now. And they're out for blood. Barely tell what I'm doing. What am I doing? I'm getting confused now. I want that belt. One. That goes like that. I want that belt. That goes here. I want this belt. It goes here. I want this belt. And it goes here. Hold on. How did I do this thing with this? I know I did something like this before and it... Just do this again. Confused. Why is it so much harder this time? Am I dumb? Am I Am I losing it? Oops. Crap. I don't know why, like my brain just like could not, just couldn't figure it out. The floor covers the belts too much. My only excuse. And that makes it confusing. Or something. It's happening again. I can't see the belts. At all. Start with one. Oof! I almost got killed by a train. Yeah, that's tricky. Just need to figure out how to get it up there now. How many trains have you added in 4 hours today? I have not interacted with trains at all. There were probably 6 or 7, I think I saw in the depot at the start. They appear to all be doing jobs. You can take a look and see what they're doing. 10 total trains right now. Some of them are just locomotives for player transport, looks like. Guess we're getting ready for a PAX Mall, whatever PAX stands for. Player something? Is that like a PAX East reference or something? I don't know what PAX means in this context. That doesn't look right. Please don't kill me, trains. Power because no coal. I'm guessing we don't have raw coal. Oh, I see the issue. The trains want to leave, but there's no way to get out because this thing isn't built. Guess that's one drawback to building so close to the water. Do we have a good amount of landfill somewhere? Because apparently this needs to get fixed right away. We'll need to go find rail and landfill. Is someone already making stuff for the main research block? I've been working on the Verse Science pack. It's just gonna go into the CyberSyn grid. That's it. There's no plan for it to get like sent anywhere to get processed. I don't know about the second pack or third pack. I've been kind of in my own little world for 4 hours. I need all of the landfill that's available then. There's not much, because otherwise the trains are going to be completely broken until... Once they get into the station I just built, right here, they can't get back, because they want to go through here. Landfill's low because we don't have enough iron usage. So we're not mining enough raw iron and then converting it and creating stone. So perhaps we want to tap an actual stone deposit. I think there's one to the south that is probably not being utilized well. What was I up here for again? I forget. It was landfill and oh, rail. I do kind of miss the days when we had roads everywhere and not like, you know, cement grid. That was a fun time. Enjoyed that. Oh, all this landfill doesn't not need to be here. Should have a blueprint for removing econ tiles. Landfill is not a tile, apparently. Hoovering up the floor. It's just such a silly premise. Not sure why my robots aren't helping. I must have left them behind somewhere. Poor guys. Alright, well, I'm gonna go try to get this science build finished. And if that's the only thing I accomplished today in a roughly 4 to 5 hour length session, I think that's pretty good. I sure hope that the train throughput eventually stops being such a big consideration. Like, if we could, you know, automate that 3rd or 4th science pack or whatever we're on. Player automated exchange. Interesting. I thought you said you had to go for a while. Watch me get run over by a train while I'm trying to help. That might be enough. Yeah, there they go. They're on the move. And I almost died. I guess it's trying to fill in all the tiles where it wanted to put the other type of floor also. Just kind of a waste. That is so satisfying, though, when it shoots the floor, the landfill. Yeah, imagine a blueprint shotgun shooting that fast all the time. Ugh, that'd be amazing. Like all the circuitry except for a single arithmetic combinator got built, and I have one. Still needs a bunch of signals. Yeah, I see wood, and is that raw coal? Wait. Why is there raw coal, but it's only 200 in each wagon, or 250? What the heck? That's not a full train. But why? Oh, never seen it do that. These are not unloading small parts because why? I think this train's broken. Buckmore, are you available to debug this? I created a prioritization since I'm right next to the brick that makes small parts, but it is... that shouldn't interact, as far as I can tell, with whether or not the train wants to unload its small parts. It's sitting here, it's trying to empty its cargo inventory, but the inserters don't want to pick up the small parts. There's not very many in there, so I don't really know what's going on. It wants to leave? Why would it want to leave when it's got this much to get rid of? Oh, cool. That's fine, Chris you. I put a priority split on all of the locations where I've tapped it. Like, so wherever it's supposed to go, it'll still prioritize that output just in case it was, you know, vital for something. It is maybe extra belt. Kind of wasteful, but... I'm going to try to manually reset by just forcing the parts in. Maybe it got confused because of the belt, the train track getting built. No trains with this stop now. I think I need to find raw coal and belt that over too. I need like 2 belts worth, if I remember correctly. It was like, well, claims to not be very much, but that deposit is way too far. What was that? Nope. Gonna have to be a train, maybe. Talking about the logistics connection range or the construction range? Because we already have a huge, like, all the connection range is connected. Construction robots that pick up, like, stuff from the logistics areas way up there and fly everywhere. Unless I'm misunderstanding, I don't see why that'd be a problem. As far as I can tell, this thing's fully built now. Or is that not built? That doesn't look built. I need another cyber thing, and I don't have any copper. Awesome. Dang it. Okay, and a bunch of built. Might as well restock on those. Excuse me. Okay, now I think we can hook up. Hopefully we've got a few science packs being made, at least one. No planters boxes. No planters boxes because no soil. No soil because there wasn't any coal. It's just a priority problem, so I'm giving the flora fauna to end in reverse order. So like these guys have planter boxes, these guys have flowers. Just need to finish hooking up flora. And it looks like it's on its way. Need a lot more raw coal though. This thing's going to shut down pretty quickly. Somehow the whole thing is connected to the power grid. That's not what I wanted. That station is connected to the main grid. This station needs to disconnect here. I want to make any ash, but I can't make ash without raw coal. So I guess better to make some ash by burning soil than it is to... I'll just have to remember to disconnect that once raw coal is better in better supply. It's alive! It's slowly coming online. This doesn't look right. Did I actually remember to give them an output? I don't think I gave them an... Oh no, I did. It's these inserters. Got it. That means we should be seeing science specs in there. I should have included radar. I can't make radar. Crap. Well, I'll go stand near it for now. Look, it's working. Science packs. Ooh-wee. It is at the... that looks like there's some problems there too. It is it's completely slowed down by the fact that there's just not nearly enough coal delivery. I don't the throughput of the trains is going to completely bottleneck this setup for now. Don't kill me, train. I wonder where the raw coal is getting put into the network. I'm gonna have to belt it, I think. There's just not gonna be nearly enough ash. Also, I can't even make ash without some source of fuel to burn. Be one huge long ass belt, but at the very least, belting over a single belt of raw coal seems like a good idea. Do I have enough? Maybe I could just do it right now. Closest one's probably that one to the right. Is that raw coal already? Kinda looks like it. I'm going to sneak. Wait. Ah, it's raw coal delivered by caravan. No, I don't want to tap that. I do want to tap into some of this thing. It's... making coke. Delicious coke. Well, maybe that caravan can keep up. I just need to have some, not none. I guess I will tap into the caravan supply. Soon. About 200 and something, 260 or so have been made so far, and that's it. Sorry. What station was messed up? It was a while ago. I can describe the behavior, but I fixed it just by forcing the train to empty its inventory. So there was a small parts train here, and there was only about 130 small parts in each warehouse. Train was almost completely full. The train wanted to stay and unload, but the inserters didn't want to do anything. They were refusing to unload the small parts, even though the small parts supply was well below one train capacity. I do have a tie-in to the adjacent brick that... Oh, also there's no small parts in there anymore? What's going on with that? Must have been waiting on an iron train. But, having a small parts belt shouldn't affect the warehouse logic at all, as far as I know, so I'm confused by why the train got confused, unless it was related to this belt, this, path not being complete. Yeah, sure, sorry, it's this one. At the time, the return route was broken, but the train didn't yet want to leave. I should have left it intact so you could debug it, but there were 3 trains total. 2 that were behind it, waiting. So it made more sense to me to just, you know, rip it up, or manually transfer all the inventory so that the trains could get back into the grid. Alright, with a single belt of coal, I think I can safely disconnect this from the main grid, so that we can create more ash per second. We are now on our own power. Somehow I'm burning soil into ash. I don't know how you burn dirt. Seems like it would require a lot more temperature than we are capable of, but we're going to burn dirt until we have ash, and then we're going to turn it into science packs. Maybe 2. If you can put them into the train grid, trains will request some, but if you've built it close by at all, if it's at all buildable, like a beltable from wherever you are, I'd definitely recommend belting at least 1 or 2 yellow belt worth. Otherwise, it'll always be waiting on brick trains. Like I've belted over the small parts. I've belted over the flora and fauna. In fact, does the station even know to request? I think I forgot to request flora. I just straight up didn't. I assumed that I would need to belt it in manually. And we would have to ask Talkmore if, can you modify parameter 5 after the fact and set it to some other entity, and like will CyberSyn freak out, or? We have 10,000 inserters? Where? That's gotta be in a test world or something, right? There's no way there's 10,000 inserters, 10,000 big electric poles. Like, in a chest somewhere. I'm guessing that is in here. Somewhere in Talkmore's play world. But CyberSyn can't tell the difference. I'm realizing there's a flaw in my build, and that is that the coal is getting consumed by the boilers, which is making good ash per second, but these require fuel to run, and they're like the primary driver of the fuel of the ash. I guess we should prioritize here, because that belt feeds these. And then probably also prioritize all of these so that the burners have complete priority over boilers. But wait, if I do that, then there's no power at all. Alright, I'm gonna hook back into the main grid then, and I still think I get more overall ash per second from the burners than I do from the boilers. Besides, whether I burn the coal in a boiler or burn it in a burner, it still turns into ash. But yeah, I should definitely prioritize the burners. Wait a second. Shouldn't there be enough soil for this to... all of them to be running? Why aren't you running? Well, I don't really know how effective it is overall, but look at all that science. It's flowing by. So I succeeded in my task today, which was finish upgrading, doubling antimony oxide production. Yeah, sure. Let's check it out, Princess. I don't know if you can tell, but after that build that I did, I'm losing steam. I'm tired. Not really. That looks gorgeous, by the way. How come you're only giving each of these washers 1.5-ish oil per second when they want 7.5? That's a lot of rich clay. Muddy sludge plus clay. Steam can just become clay? What? I've never heard of water vapor becoming dirt. What? But why though? Apparently there's dirt in the air. Electric boiler. Well, ideally you need a chute for each of these machines. You're using a single belt that's 15 items a second to try to feed this. You need 105 soil per second, and you're giving it 15. So that's not enough. Honestly, I like the concept of completely modular grid-based things where you can just, like, copy-paste it so that it's like, boom, double the thing. But it's completely reasonable, especially while we still have slow inserter speed and stack size bonus, to just take your whole thing and be like, well, I guess I'm going to build one down here, and then link the two. You know, like, it doesn't have to all fit within one block. In fact, pairing them close to each other kind of makes a lot of sense and really is going to reduce the load on the train network, I think. Gotta be efficient with the train, or with the the landfill. Interesting how the auto landfill, when force blueprint pasting, placed a bunch of landfill between the rails, but it doesn't actually need to be there. And I can rip it up again afterwards. Probably not the smartest idea to run out here on the train tracks after I'm ripping up all of the floor. So there's nowhere to hide from a train, but I'm gonna do it anyway. Do you build it? Your test build? Well, for argument's sake, if you just rate calculated the whole build, what does it say happens? You got a bunch of muddy sludge. You're only using half of the sand that you make. Is that intended? These are the things here that make sand, right? You're making 60 per second in theory, but only consuming 30. But I'm pretty sure... Well, technically, yeah, technically you're making enough soil. You actually have a little bit of surplus soil, but your belts are wrong for the soil production. Like, there's no way... Most of these, you can even see it right now. See how they're not going to run? You mind if I do something real quick? I mean, I'm just going to do it, so... I'm going to delete your whole thing. And then I'm going to Control Z. Just watch it run from scratch. Like, most of your soil extractors, they're all going to run at first, but most of them are going to turn off almost instantly because you've super overloaded your belts. Like, just looking at this top one, see, it says it makes 2 soil per second, so these 4 machines, that right there is 7.5 items per second on the top and 7.5 items per second on the bottom equals the total belt speed of 15 items per second. 8 of those machines is a full yellow belt, so that means that this needs its own belt. This is its own belt. This is its own belt. Like, you've got to refactor the way that you've done the soil extractors. Otherwise, I mean, it just watch, they're gonna all cap out very soon. The ones here at the end are probably close. They already have 99, 100, 100. They're gonna slowly shut down. These will shut down, these will shut down. Also, there's a problem with this row. You have a broken water supply because that machine is rotated wrong. Error. Not that that was mattering because your belts are super overloaded. I'm not sure about cranes. I haven't personally looked into the mod, but I know that it's something on our radar. I feel like either cranes or... if cranes can be implemented with CyberSyn mod, they'd be great. If it were me, I would take something like this. Take 4 of these. That's a belt, right? That's a belt of soil. This wants 7.5, so that means that 2 of these consume a belt. So do that, right? So you got make the belt, consume the belt. And then just do that, like, as many times as you want to make the sand. And then merge the sand output together. Which, right now, that makes 2.5 sand per second. So to max a belt, you would need, what, 6? That's 10 machines. Unless I'm crazy, that should be 15 sand per second, yeah. And then also you've got the fluid, the muddy sludge. But yeah, something like that where it's like in line, I think would make more sense because then you can not... This also wants water, so you could like rotate these at the end. Heck, you could practically just like plug them right in. Pass the water straight through. Except they are slightly different sizes apparently. That's sort of annoying. But they make 2.5 a second, so like... To me, 2.5 a second is actually enough to justify a shoot. Because you're getting like... I mean, just do the math again. We talked about this yesterday, I think it was. If you wanted to match a shoot, it's 3 inserters. In terms of UPS effect, 3 inserters is 0.77 items a second times 3. So 3 inserters right now can move 2.31 items a second. This machine wants to unload 2.5, which is more than that. And a single shoot is efficient in terms of UPS per entity as those 3 inserters. But it can also do up to 7.5. So like shoots, probably. Shoots all around. Maybe, yeah, you don't need them for the soil because they just output directly, but so these need water, of course. We got rid of the inserters and then took the soil. Maybe do this. Put it down here. This one. Y1 as well. And then just put a chute. And then for your muddy water, I don't know where you want to run that, but like you can just put a void pipe there to simulate. Wait, that's not how you do it. How do you not set infinity pipes to void fluid? Or maybe they just do it by default. Yeah, they pretty do it by default. Yeah, you copy that down, right? And then that's how you like line up your sand production. A little bit slightly unsquared. It's not a rectangle perfectly, but whatever. Actually, technically, if you wanted to make it a rectangle, there's a way to do that that I just realized. We could do this. You take this one, this whole thing up by 1, like I did in my build. Replace the center with splitters. Run regular belt all the way through. Double up the soil processing. Because we've doubled up the actual soil itself. Sorry, I kind of stole your test world. I didn't mean to do that. Just sort of happened, you know? Now I'm here I am playing in it. On the muddy water off in one direction. And then the sand from these can come out and out. Merge together, go under. Same thing with this one. Yeah, that's kind of damn beautiful. So this is all, now it's a square. The whole reason I refactored is because I wanted it to be perfectly square, you know, like. And that does, if we rate calculator it. Why are you complaining about soil? You shouldn't be. Oh, right. If we're going to use the splitters, we got to double the length. Of course. This goes here. There we go. So now we've got that many machines making 32 soil per second, which is 2 yellow belt, roughly, a little bit over. And the net outcome should be 2 extra soil, but more importantly, the 10 sand and the 100 muddy water, or muddy sludge, which is, I assume, important or something for bricks? I don't know. And then you don't have to worry about, like, making an 8 belt ridiculous soil balancer or something, because it's just all inline. And then to help make it more clear, I usually do it like this. I would put the source pipes far away. And connect them with undergrounds. And then also make sure that this is clear that this is a mandatory output pump. Like, if you wanted to make it blueprintable, you could also consider shifting these electrical poles a little bit and connecting like this. And now in theory we should just be able to say make more. The electricals are not lined up. Those should all work, and then kind of big, but that makes 50 sand a second. I don't know what you need all here. Just sand, or is it the muddy sludge, or what's the goal out of this? You could also look at the water consumption. Each of these wants 100 water per second, so 8. You could almost get away with just putting a pump in front of each if you want, like I did in my my other build. Whoa, what happened to the rest of your build? You deleted half of it. I see. So you want You want the muddy sludge. The muddy... Yeah, muddy sludge. To run all that, you need 366 muddy sludge per second. And this thing that we... Whoops. Just experimented with makes 500. So it doesn't need to be that big. If you really wanted to be space efficient, you could remove these poles between each of the rows and do something kind of silly like swap undergrounds in here on half of it. But then you kind of lose some visual clarity for like how the thing is doing the thing. And then you pull the poles from up here. And run them in the middle of the build. Now you can run the machines right next to each other. Not going to save a ton of space, but if you're worried about trying to fit it all into one brick, I might do that. Look at all this rich clay. This is just water. I know, isn't that silly though? I'm still confused by this other thing up here though, how you're getting actual clay from steam. Like, because that's water too. Like, we're just turning water into brick and clay and like, that's not how the real world works. You can't just make stuff. Apparently this would need to... Pretty compact. Apparently these are not connected though anymore. Oh, no, they are connected. It's just that... Nope, they're not. Because the whole build, this last one down here is off by one. Oh, just built it wrong. And yes, this whole one is off by one. That looks right. Almost. Now it looks right. There. I didn't break it, I swear. I do remember seafloor plumps. Alright, I need to use the bathroom again. But I'm gonna have to wrap up in about 5 minutes, guys, so wrap up if you're working. Well, it doesn't have to be this tall. Remember, we got more space left to right than we do top to bottom. So if it's too tall, just cut the bottom one. And then, like, grab the whole thing and horizontal mirror it. And then try to fit that into the bottom. You can just merge the sand and have it go up. Just as an example. Then you could probably fit it. You could also probably trim this a bit by pulling these in. And of course, the source pipes don't need to be that far away. I just put them at max distance for clarity. So if you want like a real approximation of the footprint, more like that. And then like here. So that thing... That thing could easily fit right down... Right there's perfectly centered over the center point. It's still pretty big. If you don't want it to be that tall, just, again, cut another row. Or whatever. Altogether, that size would do... 800 muddy sludge per second. And 80 sand, which is also probably more than you need. Also, I've overloaded the sand belt. Worth pointing out. 80 sand per second is almost 6 yellow belt, so 2 yellow belt's not enough, but... I think this is overkill, so I'll probably cut this bottom one. Have these two merge here. Have these two merge over here. Although I cut the size of the thing, didn't I? So it doesn't need 6 probably. Oh, that's perfect. There's exactly 4 belt now. Perfect build. By mistake. Go back to this thing then. So those two merge. This merges. There you go. I don't know. You need 4 belts of sand? Funny. It's just happens to be the perfect number. Nice. Not sure why the bottom's not running. Oil. Muddy sludge. Oh, I accidentally deleted the pipe that's supposed to be voiding it. Represent that it's being consumed. They should all kick on now. Perfection. Muddy water? Yeah, this makes 600 muddy water. Which is probably... You said you needed like 300, I thought, right? Muddy sludge, sorry. Muddy sludge can be turned back into soil water oxygen if you wanted. Or you could, instead of voiding it, you should maybe connect it to like a fluid caravan, or honestly, I would make like a fluid outpost in the base and then just hook up the muddy water, because we're going to need more moss. Muddy sludge is perhaps useful, a useful byproduct. Alright, cool. Well, we did it. We did the thing. I'm going to wrap up today for now. Does that end up giving you enough space to do your brick stuff up there? It looks like it'll fit, right? Plenty of extra space now. Also, this is smaller than the one that's there, so it's actually more like... Just that much? It's about half. Kind of beautiful, actually. Ah. Okay, well, I'm gonna take a save and wrap up for tonight. The science still working? Or why isn't the science going? I see no science. Very little science. Because plenty of fauna, plenty of that. Iron is available. Oh, it's your bricks. Y'all got any more of them bricks? Yeah. But how many? Look at that. There's almost 2,000 of the thing. Also, I forgot to wire this. Whoops. Let me do that before I forget. That's a big part of setting up warehouses. Otherwise, they'll just get completely full, which is not ideal. It's supposed to be SciPack 1. And stack size is 200, so this should be 6,000? $200 SciPacks times 40 slots. It means a train can move 8,000 at a time. 6,000 spread over 2 warehouses means we're holding 12,000, which is 1.5 trains worth. But because this is like a dedicated science build, I think I'm going to double it. It's allowed to hold a lot of science. Don't stop making science. So hopefully someone worked on Science Pack 2 and 3, so I can set up the delivery of the automation science packs tomorrow, and might even use a caravan for it, to be honest. But, okay, gotta go. Have a good night. Thanks for playing. Thanks for watching. Make sure to check out tomorrow or the day after. I'm not sure which, but we will have special guests at some point in the near future. So I'll try to fix whatever issues I had with my internet today as well. So thank you and see you guys soon. Good night.